incident in Hatzenbach. We think it might be Thomas and Green. There's an incident in Nurburgring. It looks like Thomas.
Alright, well, we got some, I think I saw we were like 5.5 seconds out to the next car, or minutes.
I think it seemed, if I remember right, when I came back, we were 7 minutes behind, and now we're just under 6 minutes.
Okay, with the pit, yeah. Okay. Slowly reeling them in.
Yeah. Yeah, some laps you were 14 seconds quicker than the car in front.
You mean one of the laps where I was actually staying within the boundaries of the track?
Yeah.
Or doing premature celebratory donuts?
I missed that.
I think it was one of my outlaps. Usually the cold tires will trip me up. I mean, 5 o'clock start for that last it. Shit, I probably might as well not even bother sleeping after this race.
Oh, I know.
Oh.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough.
Gonna call in sick on Monday.
Yeah.
I'm sure that'll go over well. I'm already taking 2 days off this week.
Yeah, okay.
go to the Montreal GP this weekend.
Nice.
And you know what I'm looking forward to most when I go there?
Cheese.
Oh, I'm certainly going to look forward to cheese. No, watching these glorious bastards, the Porsche Carrera Cup, North American Porsche Carrera Cup will be up there, and they are a blast to watch. They are so much fun. Last time I caught them over at Coda, and they just absolutely tore that place up. I mean, they made a mockery of what iRacing calls off tracks. They absolutely used every bit of track and some. I mean, when they're going through the S's 3, 4 fucking wide, I'm just like, holy shit! And the noise they make, I mean, I feel like iRacing doesn't quite do it justice. These things are loud. Although I did hear that part of the next update, they're going to be reducing some of the sounds.
Yeah. What do you know about the tire update?
Well, I mean, I've watched that James Baldwin video, so that's about as much as I know at the moment.
Yeah, I haven't watched anything yet.
Okay. I mean, overall, he was just going on about how, you know, the GT3 tire should behave more realistically now, and I guess, you know, James Baldwin drives the McLaren GT3, so he's got some perspective on how that thing's supposed to realistically handle, and he's saying that this is definitely a giant step forward on how it's supposed to feel, because he's basically got an early access test on it.
On your right. Still there.
So the idea is, like, right now, GT3 tires, you could get a super, you know, some super fat hot laps in like the first 2 laps of the stint, and then tires kind of start going away from you for a while. And like anytime you go into like overdriving the tires, they really misbehave, and it takes a long while for them to get back to the point where they're drivable. And basically, James was just going over that in the video, just saying how this is just grossly unrealistic. He's just like, yeah, no. In realistic racing, you know, people don't underdrive the snot out of the cars. They actually will overdrive the cars, and the tires allow you to overdrive them in order to get more pace out of them. So this whole underdriving thing that we got in iRacing, it's just not a thing in real cars. And especially this golden laps in the GT3s within like the first 2 laps of a stint, like that's non-existent, because the cold tires are much more of a factor in reality. So now these new tires are behaving a little bit more in line with reality, where, you know, the first few laps really are about bringing the tires up progressively. It's not like you can baby them 1 lap and then start pounding them. No, like it takes a while before you can really start pounding them. They will be slippery. But what he seemed to be showing, I don't know if this is really a thing, but or if he was just really goddamn good, but he seemed to be showing how you could get into slides over driving the tire early on, and it's not dead. It's not unrecoverable. It seems even more recoverable. Like, we had an update way back when where the tires seemed a little bit more drivable when going beyond the limits in GT3. This looks like it's even a step up on that, where it's even more recoverable when going beyond the limit. But he really showed how you really have to put a few laps in to get those tires up to temp, because they're not going to allow you to fully push them. And you can't just expect them to hold. They're going to misbehave, but it looks like you can catch them when it goes over the limit. And then as you go later and later into the stint, the tires really just have more life into them.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. It's definitely going to turn, like, the whole GT3 ideology right now, like, on its head.
Okay, John, there's a faster car approaching.
And, you know, he said that, you know, the aerodynamics of the cars will be adjusted as well with this update. So basically, between the tires and that, like, all setups are going to be trash.
Yeah.
But you know what? If we got changed to make it more realistic, and it's going to be, especially, you know, something that you could push them a little bit and not instantly die because it goes into this unrecoverable slide. The more we could get to that kind of driving state where you can actually
Blue
push,
flag.
you get punished, but you can still recover. That is entertaining. That is fun. I would like that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we have a lot more of that in the Porsche Cup than we do in the GT3. And it should be there in the GT3. It makes no sense why it wouldn't have that.
Right side. He's still there. Still there. Hold your line. He's still there. Hold your line.
Oh boy.
Still there. Still there.
Come on, I'm not gonna let that
Still there. You're right.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth letting him go on this straight. It's just so much easier to let him go on T1. They're like, they just don't have the top end with all that
Okay,
aero.
John, there's a car exiting the pits. Heads up. Your last lap time was at 8:31. Good consistency. Keep them coming. Right side. Right side's clear.
You got a moment there, David. I'm gonna check in with something on with Richard there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
You joined the race car.
Hello there, boys.
Hiya, John. You alright?
Yes. I was going to talk to you because it looks like you're updating your sheet manually as opposed to with the program.
No, I haven't touched it.
Oh, you haven't touched it?
Nope.
Okay, you must be using. Didn't you download the latest version?
I downloaded the version that you sent me, John.
That's what I thought. That version number on that. If you looked at the installer, was it the V1.1.2?
I have no idea.
Can you look at your downloads folder or wherever you have the file?
Not whilst I'm on stream, John.
Done taking
Okay.
chances, buddy. I'm gonna wind her right down when I gotta.
I mean, if it's doing the job, then it's doing the job. We'll just keep it going.
Rob, what's that delta look like to the car that's up on behind us?
2.5 seconds.
Holy fuck, they're closing. Okay, thank you.
So,
thank you. I'll let them by at the exit
basically-
to shoot.
On the straight, yeah.
Yep.
How are things looking?
Not too good. We're P28. We're about to go down
Green,
to
ahead is
P29.
It
so,
sounds like you've climbed quite a bit since the last time I chatted with you.
Oh yeah, but that's not necessarily because of, we've had a couple of incidents and so have other people. I was involved in one, but it was 0% my fault. Basically, I'd just come out of the pit and a guy was on a flyer. I was going to let him by coming out of the corner, and he just absolutely rammed us, just yeeted us into the barrier. And he actually apologised to us afterwards and said that's all my fault.
We're alright.
Okay.
But yeah, that was
Big
frustrating.
Holy hell.
And then Tyler had another accident, and yeah, Yusuf got tangled with a car he was battling with. So it's been a bit of a struggle, John.
Sometimes 24-hour race is a struggle. That's just what you get.
Yes, yeah, it's been a bit frustrating,
incident
to be
in
honest,
Michelin
because
curve.
the
Looks
last
like it's
stint I was
dust.
banging out 821s and taking like
Car right.
8-9 seconds a lap
Clear
out
right.
of some of our opposition.
Mm-hmm.
And they're 3 minutes up the road, and it's just really annoying.
Yeah.
It's a bit demoralising, you know.
I mean, the thing with these races is everything is it's a matter of perspective. Like you start off with one goal,
early.
but then you always gotta have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D.
Ease it. There we go.
So you always gotta
Standard.
change the goalposts.
Yeah, I think I'd be happy with a P20 or above now, to be honest.
Because
It's-
you can start off on pole, and you'll be disappointed if anything below a top 5, or you could start at the
That's
bottom
okay.
and you'll be excited with a top 20. It's all
as you say, it's a matter of perspective.
exactly.
But yeah, we've worked hard on this one, John, for not much reward at the moment.
Well, there's still a lot of hours in the race. We're not even halfway, so
That is true. That is true.
expect more carnage.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's about 3:15 in Sim, so it'll get light again soon. Couple of hours, I think. The sun will rise.
Yep. Yeah, 5 a.m. and some.
Oofed. How's it going in the Porsche Cup car?
Come on.
I mean, we're just putting ourselves in a position where we could pick off anybody who's straggling.
That doesn't answer my question, John. What position are you in?
Currently 7th.
Okay.
Out of 11.
That's not terrible, actually.
I mean, it's really unfortunate considering we were leading and then fighting, with another car going back and forth, P1, P2.
That is annoying. That is annoying. But there's not much you can do about it other than, as you say, just keep going and
Exactly.
pick them off when they...
And trust me, in the back of my mind, I've got the number of that car. I'm just burned in memory.
Oh, thank God. My screen just went blank. Hello to all 8 of my viewers, by the way. Let this guy go, please, Tyler.
Copy, I'm not going to fight him. Thank you for the heads up. Very much appreciate that.
Well, I will let you guys be. I'm going to go check up the gold.
Okay, yep. See you, John.
See you.
You joined race car. Gold.
Hey there, guys. How's it go? Anyone home?
Yeah, we're here, John.
Ah, there we go. How's it looking, Steven?
Alessandro
I mean, I wrecked us.
Yellow flag.
Did not feel very well.
Oi.
Not very. I put it into the wall. We didn't have to get a deep wall, luckily, but we needed damage.
Gotcha.
But I mean, last time I checked, we were in 19th.
I see. How many GT3s you got in there? Is it around 40?
Something like that, yeah. I'm in a practice session right now to kind of get some confidence back after that.
I hear ya.
Hopefully improve my pace a little bit.
You didn't
Private.
run race 1 like you
Alessandro
usually do?
Barbagallo, we are going
No.
to finish the damage in the morning.
No, I took just about this entire season off.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've driven in, oh, I don't know, a month and a half or so.
Yeah.
I just needed a break. Was getting a little burnt out, and I didn't want that to happen.
Nope. Yeah, it'll catch you.
So I kind of just relaxed. As like, you know, I'm kind of getting a little tired, so I just kind of took some time.
Makes sense. Refresh and come back and hit the next season hard.
That's pretty much what I was planning on it. Oh. Since pretty sure season week 13 is like next week or 2
Yep.
weeks away, so just gonna kind of relax. But I gotta shake the rust off, that's for sure.
How much damage do you guys have? Like, how much time do you need to get it repaired fully?
It was 7 minutes 40 seconds.
And then you did, I'm assuming you did the required and the wet? Or like...
No, there was no required.
Oh, it was just, so you, okay, so how much of the
Yeah.
optional did you take? All of it, or?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, got you.
And we're down to, I think they just said like a minute and a half.
And so you're just getting it done little by little with the tires.
Yeah.
Private. Alessandro
Yeah, just little by little.
140 left.
Gotcha
So
there,
far off the
Alessandro.
pace.
Private. Alessandro Barbagallo, we are
And
double
Alessandro,
stinking
say
tires.
Ah, you guys are doubling tires, so then you could take a few seconds in each pit directly
Yeah.
for the repairs. Yeah, that's the way to go, and then you don't have to deal with cold tires on the outlap for your next stint. That's kind of what we're doing in the Porsche Cup right now. We're just fully double stinting all the way because in the Porsche Cup, tires and fuel are not done at the same time. So we actually save 21, 22 seconds every single pit that we double our tires. All right, you guys keep at it. I mean, these endurance races can be brutal, but you know, you kind of just gotta reset the goalpost and go at it. All right, I'll catch you later.
Alessandro Barbagallo, yeah. You joined race car, yellow.
How are the other teams doing?
I mean, you know, it's a race of attrition.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Looks like Steven Finch had an off. They were running pretty well, and he ended up sending it to the wall. And they didn't even get required, but they definitely had like 7 minutes of optional repairs,
Mm-hmm.
which they took the bulk of already. But they're kind of like in 19th out of 40 right now, kind of just working their way back. Blue, they've had incidents kind of sprinkled throughout the race. I mean, for them, this is more of a learning experience because it's a slightly younger crew for the most part, or less experienced. We've got Tyler. This is like I think Tyler's first endurance, and then who else we got in there? Who's also fairly recent. Slipping. Can't remember who their fourth is right now. Let me think. Look at their sheet. Oh yeah, Artis. Artis was doing pretty darn well for him. Actually, he's run a lot of practice this week in the sprints. Yusuf, this is his first race back after a many-year hiatus.
I was wondering, I wanted to ask him if he's still got that, I forget, Direct Force GT or something like that. Is that
the good old Direct Force GT? No. He's gone ahead. He sold all of his gear from before.
Oh, yeah.
And he ended up getting, like all new, like, Fanatec gear. He's definitely all a step up from whatever he had before, and he's saying he's definitely feeling it a lot more now. He's getting a lot more input.
Yeah.
So he's quite happy with what he's got at the moment. Yeah, remember you could hear the little clicking every time he's going around the corner.
Yeah.
Man, that was many wheels ago.
Yes, it was.
Many wheels ago. Yeah, no, I was running some laps with him last week, and he was looking pretty good. Actually, I was a little concerned at first, and then running with him kind of eased my concerns a bit.
Mm-hmm.
He's much closer to pace than I was expecting. I think the biggest thing for him is just kind of staying focused over the long term.
Yeah.
That's usually been his biggest challenge. And these races will definitely put you to the test.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a faster class car approaching. Blue flag.
Looking good there, Walter.
Yep. Looking good.
Well, David, your stint officially starts 12 minutes after sunrise.
Perfect.
That was 8:25.7.
We were cutting it pretty close, but with everything that's happened in the race, we pushed the entire schedule back by like one stint.
On your left. Hold your line. Clear left.
Unfortunately, it's a very tight field. I mean, it's fortunate that it's a tight field, but unfortunate in our circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was a lot of fun just being up there and just fighting with these guys. It's... I'm hoping to drag the 7 car in. We're probably not going to be able to fight with them for very long because I think we're going considerably quicker than they are right now.
They got probably the quickest driver in the field, but the rest of the team
is much slower.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were the guys who took the lead and were just walking away earlier, and then something happened.
Incident in Schrabenschwanz. We think it might be dust.
Alright, now the real question is, was that a random windshield wiper glitch, or did Walter try to clean off the tar from the windshield? I'm not gonna bother him to find out. I know, I've had to use my wipers a couple times in this race already. Just to clean up.
Actually works?
Yeah, absolutely. It gets the rubber off the windshield, the rubber and bugs and whatever.
Never noticed.
Thomas behind is pitting.
Yeah, just toggle it on, let it go for a couple iterations, and then turn it off. Most of the time, I don't mind a little grip, but sometimes they get into annoying spots, and then I'm like, all right.
Me and Volter were talking earlier, and he said that he's old, you know. I'm so.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Daniel.
I don't think he ever did tell me. It sounded like he was in his 30s or something. But I'll be 59 in September.
Yeah, shoot.
I said I want to stick with it as long as I can.
Exactly.
Goal is to make it to 60 and still be about this skill level at least.
I mean, the one thing for certain is I find myself becoming, I don't know how to fuck, but I'm becoming more patient with people somehow, if I dare say it. I didn't think it was possible. Years of being beaten down in sim racing.
Uh-huh.
That's what it's doing to me. I felt like I freaking aged 10 years after breaking my goddamn arm. You don't want to break your arm around 40 years. I'm like, I'm too old for this shit.
Let me see.
Likewise, Pete with his hamstring. Freaking tore that shit. Tried to pick up some tire for his Range Rover or some shit.
Oh yeah. I'm concerned about my Achilles, man. They're getting tight.
Yeah.
I already tore it once when I was a kid, like 16 or 17. At first, 3 doctors took a look in the ER, and they were like, "That can't be. You know, that's an old man's injury." But I was playing basketball and took a jump shot, and I don't know if it happened on the jump shot or when I came
landing
down.
Yeah.
Going for, because I missed the shot. I might have been going for the rebound. I don't know when it happened, but next thing I know, I was on the floor trying to roll out of the way of everybody.
Yep. Yeah, that's locked. That's funny. Basketball seems to get a lot of people, because I know a lot of folks who get knee injuries.
Mm-hmm. I got a fun thing to do Tuesday. Got a colonoscopy.
Oh yeah, fun times. Fun times are coming your way.
Yeah. I can't wait for that clean out.
Oh man. Ugh. I mean, I suppose they have the swabs where they could just take stool samples up to a certain point to get what they need out of it, but I guess at a certain point they got to do the full. They got to do the full scope.
At 40, I think they're recommending it now.
Yeah. Oh, great. Yeah, I had a coworker who was just like, "Oh, going for a colonoscopy. I'll be streaming it live." Like, oh, geez, nobody wants to see that.
You?
I wonder if there's any kind of like recommended exercise to strengthen your Achilles, but I can't imagine.
Yeah. My cousin tore his just last year, so that's kind of got me
Nervous, yeah.
nervous. Yeah.
Which one in particular was it? The left or the right?
Yeah, the one I tore was my left.
Yeah.
I tore my right bicep muscle back in 2001.
How the heck did you pull that off?
Yeah, we bought some furniture and I was helping to load it into, we had a van at the time, into the back of the van, and man, it just popped. You could hear it pop, and my arm just kind of went numb. And I really didn't know what happened. It just, it felt weird. And I went to work the next day and had this huge bruise on my arm.
Yep.
And just, I don't know, just messing around. Finally went to the doctor and he was like, yeah, we got to get you in. And I think it was that day or the very next day that the surgeon took care of me.
There we go. I remember when I was younger, I used to get stupid injuries all the time, and I hardly even realized it. I ended up breaking my finger 3 ways playing football, and I went 2 weeks. And I'm like, well, this shit's not going away. Probably gonna go see a doctor.
I've never broken anything, just my tendons.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be
What would
dust.
I say? Can't think of the word. I'm gonna restart my sim. I'm getting
Let's get it started.
some page errors and stuttering.
How's it feeling there, Bolter? How's it feeling there, Bolter?
I'm feeling good so far.
Pace is looking excellent. You're catching the next few cars fairly easily.
Okay.
We're quickest at the moment.
Huh. 20 seconds quicker than the guy in front.
No shit, man. It's crazy. Yeah, he's flying. No one on the field is coming even close to his times right now.
Mm-mm. Uh-oh.
Oops.
Little slide.
Yeah, you get a little gravel buildup out there sometimes. Be pretty slippery.
Fuck.
All good, Walter. Tires might be a little warm for the next few corners.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, David. If you're
Okay.
back in there. You were back in, or?
No, my sim just crashed. I'm gonna restart the whole computer.
Okay, I'll wait up.
Okay.
David Hanger left channel and disconnected. David Hanger entered channel.
All right.
Okay, I'm almost back. I tried some new program with for the cooling fan control.
Yep.
And I think it was a little too aggressive with quieting things, so
Oh, I see. So then it started warming up.
I think so. I hope that's what the problem has been. I went into the BIOS and just reset it to turbo.
It's like, screw it. Just blast
Yeah.
those fans.
Just turn on the jet engines.
Exactly. Computers have gotten a lot quieter over the years, that's for sure.
Not mine.
Not yours.
I got two in here, and they both are jets.
Yeah.
It's the CPU cooler, the AIO
Yep.
units that are so loud.
You got a radiator with what, 3 or 2 fans going?
3, yeah.
Yeah. I've got
When I
I've
went
got
that
2.
direction,
I've got 2 of these in this room as well.
yeah. When I went that direction, I assumed that they would be quieter than an air cooler, but not mine.
Which coolers do you have? Which brand?
Let's see, NZXT Kraken
Gotcha.
360 and
Yeah, CD left.
a Lee and Lee ALC 360. I don't know what that is, but
Yeah. You wear headphones?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the
You
noise
still
doesn't
hear your
really...
computer past it? I was gonna say.
No, not really. The headphones on my racing computer here, it's, I guess, what they would call open ear.
Yep. So we'll allow some
A little
noise
bit,
through,
yeah.
but-
It's more the fans I got blowing on me that I hear than the computer, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got one of those tall tower fans.
Yeah. I got one of those. I got a Dyson. I got kind of a small one sitting in front of everything that rotates and shoots up and down and varies. And then I got a big box fan blowing out of the room to suck all this hot air out.
Yep.
It says it's 80 degrees in here right now.
Holy cow.
The air conditioning set at 71. I know that. It's just can't keep up.
The thermometer is the thermostat's in another room, so it's
Yes, for
it's
sure.
not getting what you got in there. Okay.
I've thought about having an AC guy come out and see if,
You get to set the
What do
thermostat
you-
in your room.
well, see what he thinks about putting a return air vent or something in here.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would make a difference.
Circulate the air in the house a little better, and then that might work out.
Yeah. I like it in the wintertime. I can just open the window.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Free heat. Like over here in the Boston area, like I'm in an older building with no insulation in the walls.
Oh yeah.
It can get fairly cool, but I mean, with these things running, I give a crap
Oh, yeah.
less.
Yeah.
I'm still turning my fans on and.
Well, you were going to step away, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're backing this up?
Yep.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Everything's ready for the pit, John?
Watch your speed. Engage limiter.
Okay, David.
Yeah, sorry, that snuck up on me. You're not taking tires, right?
Nope.
Okay.
It exits clear.
I forgot about them damn tires.
Yeah, my wife came in and started talking to me and got me distracted and
Oh.
just about blew it there.
You got it in time?
Just in time. Yeah.
Nice. Shoot. Yeah, I forgot myself. Usually I try to do it earlier in the step. I hope Walter's got some really good shades for the sun. Who am I kidding? He's not gonna have a chance to sleep. His kids are gonna fucking wake him up.
Yeah.
The leader, Smith, is pitting.
No one's escaping this race without some absolute mental exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
No, 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 no.
Good save, Walter.
Fucking hell.
Gonna have to apply some WD-40 on the motion actuators on my seat.
How are you?
It's been, they're getting pretty squeaky this race. I've got that G seat,
Yeah.
and the plates built into the seat. You know, they moved to apply pressure on just to emulate the pressure you'd be putting into the seat as you're, you know, hitting G's in corners.
Right.
But I mean, there's so much going on here. It's so much bouncing around that it's just getting to the point where I'm hearing them squeak, squeak, squeak. I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to hit them with some Just a little grease. I mean, this place will test it out.
All right, John.
that's
There's a
for sure.
faster class car approaching.
The base shakers are getting some work in.
Mm-hmm. One of the times that I was racing with Steve, he had his motion rig turned up so high that
no.
it moved the entire rig in the room. I don't know how far, but probably
This is
he
the
said
point
it was up
where
against.
this is the point where he had the actual like motion rig actuators underneath the seat as well as the seat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like way too much motion.
Oh man.
I don't know how you could drive with that much.
That seems like
Flag.
quite a bit. I feel like, you know, having things at least a little steady makes it a little easier to be consistent with how you drive through corners. But I suppose, like anything, you can get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
Car right. He's still there. Clear right. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's dust. There's a faster class car behind. Blue flag. Car right. Right side's clear.
Easy there,
There's an
Kevin
incident
Esther.
in Arenberg. It looks like dust.
I wish. Where do you think you're going?
On your right. Still there. Still there. Hold your line. You're still clear right.
They can try, but they cannot pass.
Car right.
Yeah.
Hold your line. Right side's clear. P5. We're currently setting the pace.
We just overtook the 29 car. And it looks like the 91 the 91 just pitted, but 29 car is just sitting there. They are getting repairs. Alright. Gets interesting. I like what I see. Not gonna say anything till I see it being official.
Wonder if they had a disconnect, because I rewound and they just kind of disappeared for a while.
That sounds like it sounds like a internet issue. Speaking of internet issues, I wonder how Paul's doing. Gotta check in with him.
They just took off. They just now left the pits.
Oh, they did. Okay.
So Paul's never got his internet kind of settled down.
Well, he was supposed to. He was saying that they were gonna come by and get it wired up.
He's kind of taken some time off, hadn't he?
He took some time off. He was running some league stuff with Michael
Okay.
and some other folk. But otherwise, he had some other issues preventing him from running races recently. So I hadn't seen him touch the sim in quite a while now.
Yeah.
Well, see if we could reel him in again.
Okay, John, there's a faster car approaching. The guy behind's reputation isn't as good as it should be. Take care here.
Jim goes, the guy's reputation isn't what it should be. Behind us, I'm like, I look back, I'm like, okay, 5.8K, 1.0B, license.
Oh no.
I'm like, okay, that's fair warning. Yeah.
That's scary.
That's scary as shit. So the driver behind us has a shit reputation.
Okay.
Like, how many people have you killed to win your races?
Mm-hmm. His connection's not that great either.
I'm sure that doesn't help. It's pretty interesting what they added in the beginning of this season.
Yeah, it is.
You saw that little thing where now it basically will boot people if their connection is not doing great.
Mm-hmm.
Now, P hasn't really
On your
run
right.
much this season. I'm kind of curious how that
He's
his
still there.
internet's going to hold up. Because he's running on
Still
a
there.
mobile network.
Still there.
Yeah.
Clear right. Green, in front is pitting. There's a faster car approaching. Okay, John, there's a faster car approaching. You're coming up on a slower class car. Left side. Still clear left. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Sabi. Blue flag.
Looks like we might be getting some rain, David. Potentially.
Really?
Looking at 38% at around 8:15 a.m.
Oh yeah.
That's like 8:15. That'll be somewhere in, like, looking at the end of my next double center.
P7. Sector 2 is 2/10 off the pace.
Yeah. Okay.
You know-
P7 or not P7? P6. Number 7. They've been sitting there. I think we just passed them.
All right.
Yeah. Don't know what's going on with them. Normal pit stop, and then they just haven't moved.
Yeah, they're 30 seconds over right now.
We got one position. Yoo-hoo.
Hell yeah! Well, actually, Walter, it looks like you gained the position last lap, and we're about to pick up another one now. So it's going to be 2 positions in 2 laps.
That would be cool.
Shit, we might actually be in the positive after this. Well, at this point, we just gotta keep pushing and see what else falls out of the tree here.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping for rain now.
Oh, there'll be a lot of death once that comes in. I mean, you know, 30, whatever it is, 36%, it still might not rain, but it looks like it's continually increasing percentages, and then it's at the end of the of its prediction range.
Mhm.
So I'm assuming as it goes, it may continue to increase. I would hope, so that we'll actually see some weather. The unfortunate news is that might dip into your stints. How are you feeling with the wet stuff? Do you... I guess after your stints, do you want to do a couple in a test session? Just to get yourself prepped?
Yeah, I should do that.
I mean, I'm usually okay to run 3. 4 is usually a pretty good stretch. Those NEC 4 hours, definitely. You feel it at the end of that.
There's an incident in Yokohama S.
So it's like I could go longer if I need to, but I know fatigue will eventually catch up.
Right.
I was really disappointed at Bathurst because I was running with Raphael and had him starting the race, and we got a fair bit of rain at the start of the race, and then before the end of his stint, like the rain just completely went away, and I get in there, and there was just a little bit of water, and then it just cleared up, and that was that with the rain for a while, and I was kind of like, well, that sucks. And then finished my stints a few hours later, and then the rain came back for his stint. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? It rained for a bit, stopped raining, and then it cleared up by the time I got there. And then, later into the race, back at like hour 10, or after hour 10, I get out of the car. He gets into the car to finish up the race, and it starts raining again. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, really.
I'm like, it completely evaded me.
Yeah, completely.
I mean, we had a little bit of wet track, and it was less than fun trying to, drive around in slicks and avoiding the puddles. Because you couldn't do rain tires; it was just too slow. But I like to use more of the track, and then sometimes it's just hard to see the wet track. Like it's just like I was mentioning, like right now with this season, the track isn't dark enough for the areas that are really wet.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the big things they're planning to update for next season is to really improve what the texture of the track looks like when it's actually wet. So the visual cues are far better. And the other thing I'm hoping that's going to be fixed along with that is I feel like I've seen in one race that I was doing not too long ago where the rain would start and the track would go from full grip to complete slip and slide with the start of rain. And I'm like, okay, come on.
Yeah.
The puddles are forming instantly the second the rain comes in. I'm like, it's not raining it's not downpouring. So no, it would not be flooding. It's just light rain. Why is the grip disappearing off the track that fast?
Yeah.
It's kind of silly. And not only that, but we're seeing a massive spray of water behind. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, right.
It's a little excessive.
Incident in
I
Yokohama.
think it was a hosted
Looks like
session
it's
Gonzalo and I
Marciani.
were running over here on the Nurburgring, and it was raining, and yeah, it was just it just started raining, and it's just complete loss of grip, spray, and it was only raining on half the track. Mind you, it wasn't even raining on our half of the track. It just started. It was just so silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that's going to look a lot better next season. I wonder how well we're going to see the sun when it comes up, because of we're getting mostly cloudy right now. And from what I'm seeing, it looks like there's a light fog in the distance.
Okay, John, relax, focus, keep it smooth. There's a faster class car behind, B6.
But those lights look real good in these conditions right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look like there's a fog.
Yeah.
Relative humidity is 100%.
Yep. All I can say is you shouldn't have any rain during this coming stint.
Yeah.
Oh, let there be rain. Let there be rain. I want it to frickin' pour. Meant to say, welcome to P6, Walter.
Nice.
That 7 car is still in the pits. 11 minutes and going.
Oh, they finally took off.
Yep. Yeah, that was a long one. It's actually pretty cool that they got the morning dew going, the super extreme humidity in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Blue flag. Faster cars approaching. Car left. Clear left.
You can see the lights turning on in the little homes down in the village.
That's right.
Car left. Clear left.
They're waking up.
This would be a hell of a sound in the morning.
Yeah.
I was telling Walter, like, they need to add the party atmosphere here for the 24-hour. We need the lights, we need the grills, sausages freaking frying, and beer everywhere. Let's go.
Yeah.
Like, there should be some grills back there. You gotta have smoke pouring over, and
Yeah, that'd be cool. Some drunk German out there doing the chicken dance.
there you go.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Thomas.
I was like talking with Walter earlier, like, you know, we need to get the little lights inside the car, like cue in on flag states. But I was also going to say we should have the little blue light in the car, like they have on the actual 24, to indicate when there's a blue flag. So when you see that blue in the mirror.
Fuck me.
Whoop.
There's an incident in Heusinkveld. We think it might be
Cool to see
Zarbi.
actual slowdown zones in the Nordschleife, and for everywhere else, the full course cautions. Like, ultimately, I'd like to see, like, when people get a tow, like, their car shouldn't just disappear straight away. Like, it should be, like, a whole process where the car is there. You get, you get a caution pulled up. You got a tow truck that's got to come out there and fetch them.
Mm-hmm.
It should be a thing. It should be an experience.
I'd like them to somehow implement penalties for not slowing down for yellows.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, in ovals, you get penalized if you overtake.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the enforced cautions. So they have the enforced cautions in a way. I'd imagine they could easily. They have the ability to implement speed limits, like in the pit lane. They could do, a local caution, speed limit.
Yeah.
Just like they do in the pits for that sector that has the local caution.
I'm going to step away for a minute.
Yep.
Okay, John, your lap times are pretty consistent.
Looking like 8:30 at this point.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright. Computer's cooled down.
Yeah, it's been working fine since I made that adjustment.
Nice.
Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Marciani.
How are you loving this morning fog?
Yep. A lovely morning. Where's the sun?
We got some clouds overhead. In a few hours, we might potentially have some rain.
Yeah.
$845 up to almost 50%.
Fuck yeah! Now I'm excited. I gotta get in the car. We gotta jerry rig that schedule so I can get some rain. Fuck.
Yeah, that'll work.
That'll keep me awake. $845, you say?
845, 49%.
Okay. 845 is the start of my second stint.
You might do a triple.
I could do a triple if need be.
And then I could do a triple. And then Walter comes in.
Yep.
If it's, yeah.
Well, if I do a triple, then you just need a double. To cover the gap, and we'll get rid of my single.
Double, yeah, yeah.
I would still get some, a couple laps in, just in case.
Yeah, okay.
Because if the track continues to stay overcast, even if we don't have continuous rain, it might take a while for it to cool, to dry down. And if you do run a test session, make sure you set the track usage state to 100.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure how to set up the rain to be fairly representative of what I might encounter.
I mean,
I might have to.
I would just say, just make it like 100% guaranteed to rain.
Okay.
And, you know, like, and if you get in there and it's still not raining, like, it might be 100% guaranteed and like the rain will show up later. Like, I would just reset the session until it has it absolutely wet when you get there, and
Okay.
try to get a couple laps in for that. I know that, like, you know, there's like the randomized version of the forecast, and you could give it some general parameters, and then there's the full version of the forecast where you could go in there and set the forecast from like 2 hours before you even get in the car,
Okay.
and you could theoretically have it just pouring rain before you even get there, so that you know you will have a wet track 100%. And I wouldn't set it for like high rain. Like, I would have it like, you know, like an intermediate or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the likelihood of the track getting completely flooded is going to be high with this. It's just going to be a few wet spots. But it's a matter of getting a little familiar with where those spots are and how you can drive the corners, because there are some corners where you can kind of drive fairly close to the race line, and then there are some corners where you're going to have to really heavily adjust. And I'll tell you, like, the ones that are really dangerous in the rain, you know Foxhole, when you go down and it's like winding, it's going downhill, it gets really fast. A lot of people like to overtake in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get to the bottom of that and you start going back uphill, and there's you know, part of the track's constantly winding left to right, left, right. There's a point where you're going up the hill and it banks left, and the car has the tendency, and that's like the very last left before you get to the summit of the hill. That is that point, the car just tends to want to go straight.
It's kind of difficult when it's dry, even.
It will grossly understeer on you there. And anywhere that you feel that the car understeers heavily in the dry, it'll shoot straight off in the wet. So anticipate that you generally will need to slow down, possibly even drop gear in places where you would otherwise be flat out, and but barely maintaining grip in the dry.
Okay.
Another one with I'm trying to think. There's a few that are like, a few areas that have major adjustments. Obviously, the left-hand kink. There, like, I'm usually I enter. I get to like, what is it, fifth gear, and then I drop the fourth and do a lift in the dry. You know what I'm referring to with the kick, right? You know.
No.
So let me see. I'm trying to think. There's this. So there's like an uphill S's.
Yeah.
A long uphill S's after. I'm trying to think. The uphill S's before you get to the carousel.
Okay.
So that sector, you have the left-hand kick that we kind of have to lift to get through, and I'll get into fifth gear and I drop it to fourth essentially in order to get through that corner. In the rain, it's, you know, it's extra sketchy. So like you'll be like really low in your fourth gear, if not potentially even dropping into a third, just to get through that one, because you're carrying a lot of speed and there's just not enough grip to stay on.
Okay.
The carousel, Water tends to collect in low places. At the bottom of the carousel, that tends to get flooded fairly early. So usually when I'm taking the carousel in the dry, I got 2 wheels. The inner wheels resting all the way at the bottom of the carousel.
Yeah.
During the wet, I shift my car over to the right a little bit more. So I'm still inside the cambered part of the carousel, but I'm avoiding the very inner part because it is completely flooded.
Okay.
But otherwise, in most areas where we're not really at our anywhere near full speed here, I feel that the wet tires do a bang-on fantastic job and give you a ton of grip for the conditions. Like you still could carry quite a bit of speed out here, despite how slick it is. I still use the tall curbs because you'll notice the tops of them are not painted.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, like these flat painted ones, those are death. Like you avoid them all.
26.6 seconds. Blue flag.
But I especially like the tall curbs because usually a lot of water tends to accumulate on the side of the curb.
Car approaching.
So if you were to stay away from the curb entirely to avoid the water, you'd almost have to be like in the middle of the track, and you'd be really losing a lot of track width. But what I like to do is have 2 wheels up on the tall curbs, so I could sort of straddle the water, where the water is basically in between the tires, and I'm using the full track width and some. And I'm avoiding the water. It's just got to be a little careful getting back on the throttle when you drop off the curb because you know you're going to get into the water a little bit. And then elsewhere in the track where you're carrying good speed, like in the early sections of the Nordschleife, just avoiding pools of water everywhere.
Left side.
I mean,
Clear left.
Especially when you're carrying a good fair deal of speed, you'll be surprised how much the water wants to rip the wheel out of your hand.
Yeah.
I think this corner here gets a lot of people in the wet as well. Entering the Nordschleife. Alright, if you need to do anything, now would be the time, because I need to be pitting in at the end of this
Looks
one.
like it's Thomas.
Right. Yeah, I've got it all taken care of. I've got, I'm kind of warming up my arms.
There we go.
Getting setting in the cockpit view, getting used to it again.
Yep. I've been watching from the roll bar. I've been finding it's quite a nice view. That's why I've been seeing the windshield wipers all the time. I'm jealous. This fog looks awesome.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Sabi.
So we're about halfway on incidents. I'm not going to look at how many of those I contributed. But we might want to bank a few. When this place becomes a slip and slide.
Oh, 9 a.m., 74%.
Yeah, we're getting raped. It's coming. Let me see. I'm thinking, do you want to do a triple stint, David? And then I'll try to take more of the rain?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Yeah. And then what I'll do is after we'll probably have you double your tires at first, and then on the third stint we'll have you take new tires, and then I'll run with your old tires on my first stint until whenever it starts raining.
There's a faster class car approaching. The guy behind isn't the cleanest racer.
I gotta
Watch
say,
yourself.
I don't really like that idea. I'm not comfortable with the 2 tires
P6.
thing.
What do you mean?
You said only take 2 tires?
No. Absolutely not.
Okay.
What
Okay.
I'm saying is, you start off your stint with fresh tires after Walter
Yeah.
pits in. You're gonna double those tires onto the next stint.
Uh-huh.
And then onto the third, you're gonna get new tires.
Okay.
And then you're gonna pass those tires off to me after.
Okay.
I'm gonna take those tires until whenever it rains, because I'm assuming it's gonna interrupt us at some point and we're gonna have to go in and change.
Okay.
And there's no point in me getting wet tires until there's actual moisture on the track.
Yeah.
And it seems like these tires have plenty of life, so I really wouldn't have any issue starting up with some lightly warmed tires.
This one.
And I kind of want to test that out because Walter's going to have to do the same thing at the start of his triple at the end. One of us will be passing off used tires to him. I'm assuming that it'll be just fine in the Porsche Cup, but I remember in the GT3s there used to be a bug where passing off your used tires to a teammate, while the tires could have been perfectly fine for the driver who was originally using them, it became completely unusable for the next driver.
Yeah, I
whatever
remember
reason.
Come on,
that.
try.
What's that, Walter?
We're getting closer. I'm talking to the car behind. He's getting closer. Come on.
Are you taunting the
Car
GT3?
Come on.
Still there.
Can you do it? Can you do it?
Still there.
Can you do it? Nah.
Hold your line. Clear right. Clear left. Look out for the pit speed limit. Look out for the pit speed limit.
Nicely done, Walter.
I need to rest.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, what is it? For 2 a.m. Just had quite a few stints though.
Right here.
Two liters left.
You moved David Hanger to driver yellow. You moved Walter L. Mendez to race car.
Excellent job, Walter.
Yellow.
Yeah, thank you, boss. Oh boy. I'm getting old for this shit.
Yeah, I hear that. I think we're all feeling it, and we're especially going to be feeling it tomorrow. And I'm going to be continuing to feel it on Monday.
So you change your resplendor? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's gonna be David.
He's going to do a triple now.
Okay.
Because rain's going to be coming around 9 a.m.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Something about that. Yeah. Maybe a little bit later, but
Yeah.
Pit exit is clear.
So what we'll do is
around that
we're going to test out the tires. All right, all clear, David. We're going to test out the tires because David's going to double on this first one, and then he's going to get a new set of tires on the third one, and then I'm going to take his used tires. And I'll drive that until I have to change them for wets.
okay.
But yeah, I expect that the schedule may get adjusted because I'm probably going to have to pit in at some point whenever it starts raining.
Yeah, just don't stay too much.
Blue
So
flag.
what?
On the slick. Don't stay too much on the slicks. Because
No. Like
it's
the second it
horrendous,
starts
yeah.
raining, we're gonna change immediately. We're not. It's such a long lap, man. You don't want to risk it.
Yeah.
You get caught out there, it's gonna be so treacherous. I've practiced trying to do it in the slicks. It is painfully slow. It's too. You have to go too slow.
On the other tracks, okay, it's hard to
Yeah.
rain, and you can manage 2 to 3 laps around.
Yeah, it is weird. Like Gonzalo and I were testing it here, and it was just strange. It gets wet, slippery so fast.
The gap to P3 behind is now 1.4. 1 lap in front.
So no risks if it's gonna start raining.
Oh yeah, we'll switch right away. No fucking
Yeah.
around.
Okay, John, I'm gonna
Get some rest, man. Excellent work today.
Yeah, thank you, boss.
We're on the rally to freaking full recovery run here.
Yeah, not bad. It's not bad at all.
No, I think we've got more to make up. It's coming.
Yeah.
The work is not done.
Nice. Good luck in there, David.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll work. I have to pick up around 9 a.m.
Incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Austin.
6 hours of sleep. That's not bad. Okay, John.
Yep.
For your stints. See you
Thank
tomorrow.
you. See you.
See you tomorrow? No, see you in a couple of hours. It's already.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well,
See you.
good luck.
The leader, Parrot, is pitting.
How's it feeling, David?
Feeling good. I'm a little tight right now. I gotta loosen up a bit.
Yeah, he'll get there.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Sabi.
Oh crap, my this froze. It crashed.
Okay, okay.
You
Jesus, I
moved
don't know what
David
the hell's
Hanger to
going
race
on.
car, yellow.
Fuck.
All good. Do you want to restart the computer? Just,
I might as well, I guess. I don't know what the problem is. That's the third. I mean, it's just iRacing that's crashing. It's nothing else.
yeah.
Well, that
Right.
sucks.
Car's towing right now. Do you know if it just, like, was it like an instantly crash? The
Yeah.
sim? Okay.
Yep.
I mean, the most important thing is that the car didn't, like, careen into a wall or something.
I kind of hit the brakes and kind of guesstimated keeping it straight
Yep, yep.
where I was, and I don't feel like I hit anything.
Yeah, as long as it didn't hit anything, I think we're okay. I don't mind a tow, but we just don't want to get a repair.
Yeah.
But whatever happens, go ahead and restart your system. You got 7 minutes, 20 seconds. I'm
Okay.
here on standby as well as if needed.
David Hanger left channel and disconnected. David Hanger entered channel.
Hey.
That's really aggravating.
Yeah, no, it's tough. You're in right now?
73% loaded.
When you get in, first thing we'll want to do is turn off the tires. That'll save us a little bit. But we might as well take the fuel.
Yeah. So, I'm in.
Okay. Oh, there we go. I could actually see the hit options now as well. One thing I was going to suggest, maybe do you want to try decreasing some of your graphics settings? I don't know if you've increased things since you've gotten your new card.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm not starting up some of the overlays
2
and
litres remaining.
some of the other shit that I got going.
I would just tone it down a little bit. I'm assuming when you got it, you definitely checked that like you have enough voltage to handle whatever the maximum power usage is for that thing.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if it was just something was rendering or using too much of the card itself, or if there's still maybe a heating issue.
Two litres remaining.
Well, P7's going to get back by us.
They've got enough guys in that card that are running 41s that I think we'll be able to get back at them.
One minute tow left.
Yep. All right. You're ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
20 seconds.
We'll take the fuel.
Exit's clear. Push.
You moved David Hanger to driver yellow.
The track temperature's decreasing. It's now 19 Celsius.
Let me know if I need to do anything in addition. I don't know how many things you've turned off there.
No, I think I'm okay.
Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Marciani.
He didn't want me to pass.
Nope.
In third, so I ain't gonna fuck with him too much.
Car left. Clear left.
How are things running right now? No stutters, no issues?
No, everything seems fine.
Alright.
Seemed fine before, though.
I would say just drive like it never happened. Just focus on the track. If it happens again,
There's an
then we'll
incident
deal
in
with it.
Yokohama S.
Yeah.
It looks like it's Austin, P7. Sabi, ahead is pitting.
Didn't realize that the hillsides here at the Nordschleife are nuclear.
Yeah, I know. It just came on all of a sudden.
Like the sun just gets to a certain height and then bam!
Yeah.
Radioactive grass.
I don't really like the they don't have much of a transition to daylight. Just blinks and then it comes on.
But even then, I just don't get the grass. I hope over time they'll continue to work on that. So the number 7 car is running about 10 seconds a lap slower than you, and you are pulling within 17 seconds of them.
Alright, John, the next car is Sabi, car number 7.
Needless to say, no need to rush. You're gonna catch him.
The gap to 6th place ahead is now 17 seconds. Thomas behind is pitting.
We'll probably be seeing it or sooner. That's right when I'll start.
The gap to Sabi in front is now 16 seconds. reel in, B6 in. The gap is now 15 seconds. The gap to Sabi ahead is now 15 seconds. There's an incident in Arenberg. It looks like Ernst.
All right, looking good there, David. I'm gonna step away momentarily, but I'll be able to respond.
Okay.
The gap ahead is now 14 seconds. That last lap was at 8:33.8 seconds. being caught by the faster class. Okay, John, you're reeling. Sabi in. The gap's now 13 seconds. Blue flag. Incident in Arenberg. We think it might be Sabi. Yellow flag.
Faster traffic approaching. We've got damage on the back end.
The gap to B6 ahead is
Right.
increasing.
Okay.
It's now 15 seconds.
Seems fine. Ooh, that's a new feature.
You're reeling, Sabi. In. The gap
Remember
is
that one.
13 seconds.
Right. David, how's the car feeling?
Feels good. I got damage on the right side.
Yes. Yeah, I see that. It looks like it's bodywork. Is the wheel fine?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's just some annoying aero damage.
Yeah, first place GT3 got me all unraveled.
Yep.
Flashed me and made a lunge, and I was really distracted.
All good, man. You handled it well. It could have been worse. Despite all of that, you still catching the 7th car.
Yeah.
Okay, John, you're reeling, Sabi. In. The gap is now 13 seconds. You're reeling, Sabi. In. The gap's now 12 seconds. The gap to Zabi in front is now 12 seconds. The gap to P6 ahead is now 12 seconds. Okay, John, there's a faster class car approaching. That lap was a 8:33.3. The gap to Zabi ahead is now 12 seconds.
that was kind of weird.
The gap to Sabi ahead is now 12 seconds. The gap in front is now 12 seconds. The gap in front is now 12 seconds. gap to Sabi ahead is increasing. It's now 13 seconds. There's an incident in Nurburgring. We think it might be Marciani. Your lap time was 8:35.5. Sector 2 is 2.0 seconds off the pace. The gap to Sabi in front is now 12 seconds. The leader, Parrot, is pitting. The gap to Sabi ahead is now 12 seconds. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Marciani. The gap to 6th place. Ahead is now 12 seconds. Seventh position. The gap in front is now 11 seconds.
How are you feeling there, David?
Pretty good.
Nice. Got one to go on this tank.
Okay.
The gap to 6th place. In front is now 11 seconds.
Faster traffic approaching.
Okay, John. Faster car approaching. It's their class leader. The gap in front is now 12 seconds.
Faster traffic approaching. Faster traffic approaching.
Right side. He's still there. Clear right. The gap to Sabi ahead is now 12 seconds. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Marciani. The gap to P6 ahead is increasing. It's now 12 seconds. The gap to Sabi in front is now 12 seconds.
Box it this time.
Copy.
The gap to B6 ahead is now 11 seconds. Watch your speed. Activate limiter.
Pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
What's the optionals look?
157.
Okay. Do you feel like you want to take some of that, or do you think the car
Nah.
is good and we'll just take it as we go?
Yeah, just take it as we go.
Car ahead will be pitting in a couple laps.
Okay.
Your exit's clear. Don't cross the white line. There's a faster car approaching. Blue flag. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Vincent.
How are those tires? How are those tires feeling, David?
Fine. I don't know why more guys don't do that. Bump us.
Well, I think most of the cars are. I think we're just offset on them from their schedule.
There's a car leaving the pits. On your right. Right side's clear.
No,
Incident
I'm
in
talking about the
Yokohama S.
GT3
Looks like it's
bump
Gallo.
drafting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that guy actually tapped me.
That right there, that's probably one of the few smart GT3 drivers out here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you know you can't beat them, just go ahead and help them. It's a win-win for everyone.
Alright, John, there's a faster car approaching.
That was nice.
Yeah, fairly smooth.
I didn't know if he was going to make that corner. I guess that's why he's in second place.
Zabi, ahead is pitting.
How's the weather forecast?
Pretty similar to what it's been. Guaranteed rain by 9. So about 2 hours out.
Sector 1 is 4.5, off the pace. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Sherburne.
As you've probably seen, you've just picked up P6.
Yeah, I should be able to put some time on this guy, unless the car is not gonna, unless we've lost so much aero.
Well, let's just see how it feels.
I mean, I'm not thrilled with my pace, but I don't really feel like the bodywork is slowing us down that much.
The gap to Sherburne behind is increasing. It's now 8.7 seconds. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Ernst. gap to Sherburne behind is increasing. It's now 11 seconds. Gap to P7 behind is increasing. It's now 16 seconds. Sixth place, incident in Yokohama S. You've just done a 8:35.6. The gap to P7. Behind, car right. Clear right. There's a faster car approaching. Blue flag.
Faster traffic approaching. Faster car coming up quick.
Car right. Clear right. Okay, John. There's a faster class car approaching.
Faster traffic approaching.
Blue flag.
Faster traffic approaching. Arena consider 33.59. Faster traffic approaching. Faster car coming up quick.
Car right. Hold your line. Clear right. The car behind's a faster class. car. Right, on your right. Right side's clear. Left side. Clear left. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Vincent. Sector 1 is 2.5 off the pace. Sector 2 is 3.7 off the pace. Sector 3 is 2.7 off the pace. That's good consistency, keep it up.
Faster traffic approaching.
Leader Smith is pitting.
The leader's bidding now.
Okay, John, there's a faster car approaching. Blue flag.
Faster traffic approaching.
Car right. Still there. Clear right. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Vincent.
How are you feeling, David?
I feel all right. Still want me to do the triple?
Let's have you try to do the triple. If we see any threat of rain coming, we'll make the swap.
Okay.
There's a possibility that that third stint will not be a full stint.
All right. My room is making this simulator a little bit too real. I'm kind of drenched.
Might lose a few pounds after this race.
Yeah. Shit.
Great save, David. One car, one car.
Car right. Clear right.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad sand traps are working as intended. They've saved my ass many times.
Yeah. I'm not sure what happened. Move the brake bias back forward a little bit. Maybe my rears might have got locked up. I don't know.
Car left. Clear left. What's your speed limit in the pits?
Nice job there, David.
pretty ragged,
Box in 10,
but survived.
5,
That's the important part.
3, 2, 1. Right here.
Pit exit's clear. Stay behind the white line.
Still a minute 50. Optional
Faster
left.
car behind. Blue flag.
Faster car coming up quick.
Yeah, it seems like that's not gonna go away unless we sit there a little longer.
Yeah.
There's a group of faster cars bearing down on you. These guys are scrapping for position.
Faster car coming up quick.
Blue flag.
These guys look like they're in a hurry.
Yep.
Car left. Clear left side. Clear left. Alright John, there's a faster class car approaching. P7. It's closing the gap. It's now 5.1 seconds. They're faster than us into Varjo curve. Blue flag.
Faster car coming up quick.
Car right. Still the right side's clear. P6. Gap to 7th position. Behind is now 3.4. Vincent, ahead is pitting. There's an incident in Carousel. It looks like it's Ernst. The gap to Sherburne. Behind is now 4.7.
The 91 car looks to have taken damage and is in the pits for repairs.
Oh, that's a shame. I am being sarcastic.
Of course. We'll take whatever the hell we could get at this point.
That's right.
The 91 car did get out of you. They're about 25 seconds up the road. They were in the pits for 3 minutes.
The car in front is Vincent, car number 091.
And he spun out. Good start.
The gap to Sherburne behind is now 5.1 seconds.
You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 5.4 seconds.
The gap to 7th position behind is increasing. It's now 7.0 seconds.
possibility of a sprinkle popping up on the radar.
There's an incident in
Might be a
Yokohama
few
S.
laps out.
Looks like Martin.
Okay.
The gap to Sherburne behind is now 8.9 seconds.
That rain's coming a little sooner than I expected. It's not a lot, but...
Incident in Michelin curve. We think it might be Gallo. Sherburne behind is pitting now. The gap ahead is now 16 seconds. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Sherburne. The gap in front is now 16 seconds. The car behind's a faster class. Blue flag.
Faster traffic approaching.
Car right. Still there. Clear right. The gap ahead is now 16 seconds. The gap to Vincent ahead is now 16 seconds. Gap to P5 in front is now
So I'll
16
keep you updated.
seconds.
It looks like we're going to see some rain in about 19 minutes.
Okay.
But yeah, it's looking to be very, very light.
Okay, John, there's a car exiting the pits. Heads up. Your lap times are pretty consistent.
Faster traffic approaching.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Sherburne. The gap to P5 ahead is now 17 seconds. Alright, John, there's a faster car approaching. Blue flag.
Faster traffic approaching.
There's a group of faster cars behind. Right side. On your right. Clear right, car right, clear right.
Clear on the right. Faster traffic approaching.
On your right. Hold your line. Blue flag. Right side's clear. The gap to Vincent ahead is increasing. It's now 18 seconds. There's a faster class car behind. gap to Vincent ahead is now 18 seconds.
All right, David, here's the scoop. Rain is on its way here. I'm trying to decide whether we pit here or whether we go and complete this one more lap. If we go change too early, we will burn the tires, and it will become an issue again later.
Yeah, I think we should wait.
Yep.
On your left. Heads up, there's a car. Hold your line. Clear left. The gap to Vincent in front is now 18 seconds. Gap to Vincent ahead is now 19 seconds. The gap to Vincent ahead is now 19 seconds. The gap to Vincent ahead is now 18 seconds.
Alright, David, here's the latest. Looks like this initial front, it's breaking up. There's the potential it might miss us entirely. But even then, it's coming in at a slant, and I think it still has another 7-8 minutes before it gets here.
I figure the track's still going to be fairly drivable for.
Oh yeah.
Before it gets bad.
By the end of this lap, we'll have a better idea.
Okay.
That lap was at 8:33.8 seconds. The gap ahead is now 19 seconds. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Sherburne. gap to Vincent in front is now 19 seconds.
There's the first drops.
Copy that. This will be very short. But definitely take caution.
The gap in front is now 19 seconds. Okay, John, it's starting to drizzle. The gap in front is now 19 seconds.
All right, we're gonna get
The gap in
rain
front is
this
now
lap. It's gonna
18
cover the entire
seconds.
track. I know it's already starting to drizzle, but
Okay.
this is gonna be. I mean, this is only the short bit. Oh, and then we got a large band coming right after this.
Okay. I think I can handle this.
I just don't know how quickly the track's gonna get wet.
Right.
Okay, John, there's a car exiting the pits, heads up. You're reeling, P5, in. The gap is 18 seconds. That was a 8:33.6. Incident in Yokohama S. The leader, Harrod, is pitting.
Track state is picking up moisture. Start watching out for painted curbs.
Okay.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Sherburne.
I didn't
Car
want to do
left.
it, but
Still there. Clear left. Okay, John, there's a faster class car approaching. Blue flag. Car right. Clear right. Faster car behind. Larson is now on wets.
This part of the track might be a little more wet.
On your right. Right side's clear.
The Dottinghurst Straight and especially the pits have been getting rain for a while, so extreme caution. We're pitting in now. Some of our competitors have also pitted in for wets.
So you want me to come in now?
Yeah, let's make the switch because it's not going to stop for a while now.
Okay.
Austin is now on wets. Watch your speed. Engage the limiter.
Nice job, David.
Martin is now on
Thanks.
wets.
I gave up 10 seconds to P5 on that last lap. Probably a little more careful than I needed to be, but
No, that's fine.
3, 2, 1. right here.
You moved David Hanger to race car, yellow. You joined driver yellow.
2 litres left.
Shit, that was fast.
Move it, move it.
Track's clear. Push, push, push. There's an incident in Yokohama S.
The last I checked, it was saying the track was slightly wet. I mean, I'm seeing at least a little bit of spray, so I'm just going to take it a little easier on the tires first few laps. Once we get more moisture on, then I'll be able to push them without killing them.
Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Sherburne.
You might want to move the brake bias back forward. I forgot to do that.
.5, I believe is what it was.
One more. I can do it as crew chief, can I?
I don't know
Or
about
no?
that one. That's an in-car.
Yeah, that's true. I'll try.
The leader, Harrod,
Yeah,
is
no,
pitting.
I can't do it. It's 41.1 right now. Default was 41.6. You might want to move it more with the rain.
So you're saying 41.6? Okay. Because I'm seeing what's in the car, obviously, and they use a completely different
Yeah,
numbering
that was
system.
confusing. Yeah.
It's at negative 5.5 right now.
One more click takes you back to default.
In which
It's up to you.
direction?
Forward. You want to go forward.
Okay.
There's an incident in Heusinkveld. It looks like Vincent.
Sounded like the car in front had a situation.
I haven't seen yet.
Okay. Might have been an off track. Every now and then, if you could check in the weather tab, it should tell you up top what the track moisture state is.
Okay, yeah, the guy in front just had an off track. Track is lightly wet.
Okay.
Track wetness is 16% on my crew chief type software.
Got it.
Varjo is now on wets. There's an incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Mario.
Did a hell of a job on those slicks on that end lap. These things are still a little, oh, they're warming up now, but it's definitely doesn't feel like it's super grippy.
Are you doing good? Yeah, everyone's on wet except the car in front and behind.
Huh, fair enough.
Incident in Brunchen. We think it might be Vincent.
Gonna see the wackiest alternate lines in this stint. When is the green band coming, or did it break up?
Yeah, it must have broke up because it's just the light blue.
I was really hoping for some heavy shit, because it's not. I mean, it's slick, but it's not enough moisture, I fear, to keep the fronts of these rain tires from burning up. Because they are warm. I'm just gonna have to drive a little easier.
Vincent ahead is pitting.
I think Vincent had enough of slicks.
There's an incident in Brunchen. It looks like Sherburne.
You said the guy behind was in slicks as well?
Yeah, he just wiped out.
Yeah.
Just a slow tap against the wall, but he stopped turning around.
Dust is now on wets. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Martin.
I think we timed it just right, David.
Yeah, I agree. Good call.
Okay, John, there's a faster car approaching. Blue flag.
Faster traffic approaching.
Tire pressure on these fronts is 185.
Blue flag.
Car 91 is taking some repairs.
Nice. They're ahead of us?
They're behind now.
Fine now. Okay.
That was Vincent.
Car right.
Yeah.
He's still there. Clear right. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's dust. Pfeiffer is now on wets. Smith, car number 68, is now leading. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Pfeiffer.
Add a little spice.
Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Mario. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Austin.
I have no reference of what good pace even is anymore under these conditions.
Yeah. It seems like you're holding pace with the cars around you.
Okay.
It's not really changing.
Okay.
Still says the track is very lightly wet. My race engineer says 16%.
Okay. Seems like that's gonna hold for a bit. I was kind of hoping for a little more rain because tire pressures keep going up.
P5.
Did I hear P5?
Yes, you did.
Hell yeah. Another one bites the dust, I guess.
Well, Car 91 went ahead and took some repairs, so they're behind us right now. They're a minute 34 back.
Next question is going to be how, I mean, I know I'm wearing these tires up because they've gone through the least wet conditions, but I want to know how, if we could double stint these during some of this wet, because it's going to be wet for potentially the end of the race. And I'd like to see if we could continue to gain some time in the pits. I would imagine that these tires will be a little bit more sensitive to tire wear than the slicks, though.
Track wetness has increased. It's lightly wet now instead of slightly, and race engineer says 19%.
Yokohama S. It looks like dust.
Trending in the right direction.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Pfeiffer. incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Varjo. There's an incident in Ardennes-Forst. Looks like it's Varjo.
You're clear.
That, holy
That
shit.
looked weird.
Yeah.
That was...
Continuing on the left side.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Larson. Dust is now on primaries.
Good thing the engine's in the back. Fuck me. Thing shot off like a lawn dart.
Team ahead, I think they have connection issues. They're
Okay.
gone.
This is P4?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that back there.
Yeah, no problem.
P4.
Fortunately, that was flush, no steering issue.
Yeah, good. Car in front has been doing 950s.
Okay.
So you did a 945 before last lap. I'm sure that without the little off track there, you'd be the same.
Are you saying off-road excursions slow us down?
Just a little bit. You know, more resistance.
Whew.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Pfeiffer and Smith. Stay between the lines, please, John. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Mario. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Austin. There's an incident in Style Striker. It looks like it's Pfeiffer, P5. Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Martin.
I see something weird with my AMD software that controls the CPU and the video card. So I'm gonna restart my computer again, see if what I see here fixes it.
Okay.
David Hanger left channel and disconnected.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Pfeiffer. There's an incident in Mootkurve. We think it might be Larson. left side. Clear left. Mario in front is pitting. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Mario. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Larson. We estimate 3 laps of fuel left.
Yeah, it looks like I've got another reinstall ahead of me.
Oh boy.
It's just, I think it might be fighting with the motherboard BIOS. It keeps bouncing back and forth between default tuning and
There's an incident
auto
in
overclock.
Yokohama S. Looks like
And
it's dust.
It won't just stop. So track wetness is up to 26%.
All right. And monitoring our oil temp ever since we had that touch up with the wall, it's gone up a few points. So it might be worthwhile picking up some of the optionals so this thing can breathe.
Yeah, 10-4.
Also looks like I have an opportunity to stretch this to 9 laps.
Yeah, that's what the planner is expecting.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Pfeiffer.
Any chance your fancy overlays can provide a update to the car behind?
Yeah, he's about 8 seconds quicker than you last lap. He's gaining a little bit.
Okay.
He's the fastest car on track. You're second fastest.
Okay, that gives me a little bit of perspective, because I'm just wondering if I'm just slowest turd in general here.
No, you're the second quickest.
Incident in Mood Curver. It looks like Larson. We've been warned about track limits.
Is that team that's currently moving really fast behind us the team with the 5K driver as well? That could be trouble if they have a 5K guy stacked up behind this dude. He's giving me a run for my money. I can't seem to keep his pace.
I don't think I'm understanding what you're asking here.
So the car that's behind us, he's really fast.
The number 101?
I think that's what it is. The guy who's fastest on track right now.
Okay.
Does that car also have the 5K driver?
I don't know. I don't have the ability to see the individual drivers.
Understood, okay.
Yeah. But that is not the team that was pulling away from everybody at the beginning.
Okay. Good to know. I'd be, like I was saying, like that would be a bad situation if, you know, one of his guys was really good at the rain and then the 5K guy comes up at the end and it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, right.
They'd be lined up to take a couple positions back.
There's an incident
So
in
over the next
Yokohama
half
S.
hour, the rain looks like it's going to begin to decrease.
Yeah.
Only 2 more laps of fuel. Larson is now on primaries.
Looks like we got just enough fuel.
Yeah, looks like it.
Did P3 just come out of the pit?
No? I'm not sure what's going on there.
He's all over my
There's
radar
an
right
incident
now.
in Yokohama S. We think it might be dust.
They're just slow. 1040s.
Understood.
On your right. Clear right. Blue flag.
God, did I hear 1040?
Yeah. Actually, 10:46 and 10:43 were the last two
Holy
laps.
cow. When we were running GT4, weren't we doing like 9-minute somethings? I never thought I'd hear 10-minute something. That boy's crawling. Every time we go through there, it's just like, it's gonna slide and you just gotta catch it on the curb.
Incident in Forst. It looks like it's Larson.
Or else it's going straight for the Arco.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Pfeiffer.
Alright, it's gonna slick here.
Left side. Clear left.
Thank you. So, David, do you want some of this?
No, you're doing just fine.
Sloppy. Track's looking more and more like a minefield. Puddles everywhere.
You've only got enough fuel for this lap. Incident in Yokohama S. There's an incident in Chicana Hohenrhein. We think it might be Larson. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Larson.
So I think we'll take repairs until it looks like the front end is bent back.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that the radiator will be good. I'm guessing that the bodywork is obstructing it. I don't know how crazy detailed iRacing is with modeling that.
Yeah, it looks kind of it looks kind of funny. It's kind of screwed up a bit. If I'm interpreting this right, your next lap through this section, the rain may have stopped.
Okay. We're all gonna earn our meteorologist's fucking degree after this shit. Interesting.
There's a faster car approaching, slower class car ahead.
I have to say, the GT4s look really comfortable in this.
Blue flag, incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Pfeiffer.
Traffic approaching.
Car right. Clear right.
Clear on the right.
Right side's clear.
0.627. Clear.
You know, tell me how many seconds behind that car behind us?
54.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, he's moving.
Okay, John, we've gone out of track limits. Keep it between the lines. In this lap, box this lap. There's an incident in Eschbach.
Go left.
There's a faster class car approaching.
Looks like a spill.
So P4, I got a message that they've been disqualified,
Whoa!
and he just pulled off at the end of the front stretch.
Disqualified? Is that even a thing? I thought that you could keep getting penalties, driving penalties.
Yeah. The only thing I can figure, I haven't looked yet, but maybe they don't
Have their drivers.
the driver's minimum fair share.
Car right side's clear.
That's possible. Well, I won't believe it until I see him pull off, but
Yeah, he pulled off and he's disconnected.
wow.
But all their team is in green right now as far as laps. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I think they have one guy registered that might be in trouble. Unless you're seeing everyone that's registered and they all look good.
Yeah, they all look good.
Okay.
They're
I
all
almost-
from Italy.
Oh. They're probably gonna be exhausted. I almost had a big spill there.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Alright, 1.1. I need that 0.1 to stay, but I've got one more lap to save. And I am lifting. Do we have the 0.1? Come on, come on.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's
We
Austin.
do not. Well, it's going to be tight.
Before. We
I'll
think you'll
save
be
a
out
little
of
more.
fuel on the next lap.
It is tight. I only tried saving fuel when there were 4 laps left, so. Should be able to do it a little better this next time.
Oh, the blue is completely gone from the track now.
Okay.
It's just white. I don't know. Is it just misting, I guess?
Incident in Yokohama S. We think
I
it might be
see no
dust.
precipitation.
Larson ahead is pitting.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I guess it's gone.
Yep.
And it's going to continue, the chances continue to drop.
Okay.
So you're going to have to make a choice on the tires. Next stop.
Definitely going wet on this stop, but by next stop, we'll probably be looking at dries. Depending on how quickly
Alright, John,
this dries.
it's stopped raining.
But it's definitely too soon to switch now. But we could have a situation where, you know, halfway into our stint, if it dries like crazy, which I don't think it'll dry that quick, but, you know, we might end up deciding to switch to slicks.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Larson. There's an incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Pfeiffer.
Okay, the rain's definitely over.
Okay.
Still says lightly wet. Race engineer says 20%.
Yep, we'll be on wets for a little bit. We'll see when it goes back down to like that mostly dry state. We're going slicks all the way. But prior to that, it may be just too soon.
Don't forget to pit this lap for more fuel.
But if we're pitting again and we're still on the fence, we'll probably be leaning towards the slicks.
Yeah, nice job.
Thanks.
You're in 4th position. Pit box in 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here. All the damage is repairable.
Front left, 84%. Left rear, 86. Dust behind is pitting.
Alright, where was it in the 80s? It's not terrible. I have a feeling it's going to increase, though, this day.
Are you taking tires?
I think I am. I don't know. It's set for tires.
Do you want them?
I mean, they're fine right now, but I don't know how long they're doing them now. But I have a feeling that, we're going to be on them for a bit still. And I don't know when the threshold for these tires will cut off. It might be sooner than these slicks.
Get going.
All clear, push now.
That's something I just haven't tested thoroughly. But I definitely felt what it's like to drive bald rim tires, and it's awful.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like dust.
I'm guessing heat since it is.
Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Larson. Dust is gaining on you. The gap's now 3.4 seconds. You're quicker than you entering Dunlop Care. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Pfeiffer, the leader, Smith, is pitting. Dust is closing you down. The gap has come down to 1.3.
The leader's pitting now.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Parrot. Car right. Clear right.
Boys going.
It's really wild how he's so quick on wets because in the dry, he was just average. Nothing special.
Sounds like me today. But I ain't got shit on him, man. Holy crap.
Okay, John, the next car is Dust, car number 091, and their rating is 2.0.
Yeah, I see what you mean back there in the carousel. It's a pond down there in the
Yeah,
bottom.
it is.
Incident in Virpil. Yellow flag.
The current P3 has something going on. They've been sitting in the
The
pits
active
forever.
Dust ahead is now 2.5. Yellow flag. There's an incident in Klein's Carousel. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Benjamin.
Ah, okay. Okay, I see you. I like the way he takes that mini carousel. That's a good line. Do you mind sharing some more?
Okay, John, you're reeling dust in. The gap's now 1.7.
Did you get any repairs? Has it made a difference?
Oh, I totally forgot about repairs.
P5.
Shit.
It probably did a little bit while the tires were being changed.
Incident in Yokohama S.
I
It
hope
looks
so.
like dust.
Is the oil temperature?
Yeah, let me check that. 76, it's not bad right now. Maybe I was over revving somewhere, I don't know. Ooh. There's a little slick patch.
So P3's back out there. They're 6 minutes up the road.
Yep. Well, it brought him a little closer at least. We'll take that.
I take that back. I looked at it wrong. They're 2 minutes up the road.
Oh, nice. Another good spill, and we might reel him in shortly. Oh boy, it looks like the track's, in some places, it's picking up again. Definitely able to stretch the car out a little more.
The gap to P4 ahead is now 3.9 seconds. The gap to P4 in front is now 5.6 seconds. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Pfeiffer.
Yeah, this drizzle's not showing on radar.
Yeah. But it shouldn't be adding much.
Benjamin is now on primaries. It's starting to drizzle. The gap to dust ahead is increasing. It's now 7.2. Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Benjamin.
I'm gonna step away.
Yep.
The gap to P4 ahead is now 8.7. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like dust. The gap to dust ahead is increasing. It's now 9.7 seconds. The gap to dust ahead is increasing. It's now 12 seconds. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Pfeiffer. The gap to dust ahead is now 13 seconds. The gap to dust ahead is now 15 seconds. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Benjamin. The gap to dust ahead is increasing. It's now 16 seconds. Okay, John, there's a faster class car approaching. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like dust.
Start injecting sludge.
You were at 5.9 laps when you crossed the line last time.
Track's getting a little faster. It's getting a little tougher to make that save. I'm not sure I'll be able to do it again and maintain pace.
There's an incident in Yokohama S.
Copy.
Looks like it's Martin.
It looks like it's going to be a tight battle to the end. I'm going to probably have to prioritize trying not to be so darn slow.
There's an incident in Eschbach. Looks like it's Pfeiffer. The gap to dust ahead is increasing. It's now 18 seconds.
Guy is a menace. He's so fast.
Faster traffic approaching.
Car left. He's still there. He's still there. Clear left. Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Pfeiffer. There's an incident in Carousel. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Benjamin. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like dust. Alright John, you got about 4 laps of fuel left. There's an incident in Dunlop Car. We think it might be dust. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Martin.
Just so you know, you're third fastest on the track, but P3 and 4 are running the same, pretty much, 940s.
Okay.
Looks like it stopped raining. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Pfeiffer. Okay, John, you've got half your fuel left. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Benjamin. Yellow flag, incident in Geigenkopf. There's a faster car approaching. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be dust. There's a car leaving the pits. You've got about 3 laps of fuel left. Coming up on a slower car. There's an incident in Dunlop car. It looks like dust. Car left, incident in Yokohama S. We Martin, he's still there. Clear left. There's an incident in Klein's Carousel. It looks like it's Pfeiffer. There's an incident in Arenberg. Blue flag. Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Pfeiffer. Okay, John, there's a faster car approaching. Pfeiffer is now on primaries. The stewards have warned us for cutting the track. Keep it between the white lines. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Benjamin. Alright, John, we've just cut the track. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's dust. Two laps of fuel remaining. P5. There's an incident in Simexperience. Yellow flag, watch out. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Pfeiffer. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Benjamin.
And there's a spin.
Incident in Brunchen. Blue flag. There's a faster class car behind. There's an incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's dust. This is the last lap of fuel. Incident in Yokohama S. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Martin. There's an incident in Heusinkveld.
David, do I flash him?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sure it will go over well.
That's painful.
He can't go anywhere.
He's running the same time as you guys. Well, most of his laps are even slower.
I mean, I know how a GT3 drives in this, so I'm struggling to comprehend how is he still there.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Pfeiffer. Okay, John. In this lap. Box this lap. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Benjamin.
Boxing this lap.
Dust ahead is pitting.
Okay.
Trying to get the pit for more fuel.
Left side. Clear left. Watch your speed limit in the pits.
Pit boxing 10.
Are you taking tires? Shit, I forgot. Are you gonna take tires?
I'm worried about double stinting these things, but
Okay.
It's repairable.
I'm
Front
surprised
left,
the track still
84%.
seems pretty
Left
wet.
rear, 83.
They're showing 84%.
Let's try it.
I guess you could sit there for a few seconds to get some repairs
Sure.
in light of not taking tires. It's up to you.
Yep. Let me know if the front gets fixed up. Because we got like 2 minutes 50 seconds of optionals.
Left front just popped out a little bit. It flattened out the hood. There it goes again.
Are we good?
Not completely, but it looks a whole lot better. It's not done yet, but I'd go ahead and go.
Okay, punch it.
Your exit is clear. Watch the white line.
Faster traffic approaching.
Incident in Yokohama S. Okay, John. There's a faster class car approaching. Blue flag.
Faster traffic approaching.
Pfeiffer behind is pitting. There's a faster car approaching, slower class car ahead. He's their class leader.
Faster traffic approaching.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Sabi.
This is a clusterfuck.
Martin is now on primaries. The track temperature's rising. It's now car right. Clear right.
getting pretty dry here.
Blue flag.
Little by little, certain parts are getting better.
Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Benjamin. There's an incident in Dunlop car. It looks like it's Benjamin, right side. Still there. Still there. Clip on clear right. Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Marciani. There's an incident in Yokohama S. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Ernst. You've just cut the track. Ernst is now on primaries. There's an incident in Ice Curva. Looks like it's Benjamin. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Sabi.
I don't think I'll be able to run this full stint on the tires.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Track wetness is down to 17%.
The leader, Parrott, is pitting.
take them as far as I can. The driving line is getting drier, but as you can see, there will still be puddles in the alternate line areas.
The lead is pitting now.
Incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Marciani. There's an incident in Yokohama S. Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Benjamin. There's an incident in Hatson back. Yellow flag.
Cut stop on the left. Go right.
Slower class car ahead. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Carlson. Incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Sabi. Car right. Right side's clear. Coming up on a slower car. Smith, car number 68, is leading the race. There's an incident in Moon Curver. It looks like Benjamin. Incident in close to Tal. We think it might be Benjamin. Car left. Clear left. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Marciani. V4. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Benjamin. incident in NGK Schalken. It looks like Benjamin. The track temperature is falling. It's now 19 Celsius. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Carlson. There's an incident in Yokohama S. You think it might be Sabi? Oh, John, come on, keep it between the lines. They'll delete this lap. There's an incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Marciani. You've got about 4 laps of fuel left. Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Benjamin. You've got half your fuel left.
I think we're losing too much time on this right now.
Everybody's on the same tire. Everybody's running the same times.
Oh, okay.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Carlson. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Sabi. Blue flag. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Marciani. You've got about 3 laps of fuel left. Car left. Hold your line. Clear left. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Benjamin.
Those new tires and a fresh driver at some point. Oof.
Yeah, you were second fastest that last lap.
I saw that there was some car that was creeping up behind us. That was on our lap.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he was so much faster that I overlooked it. I was like, what? I'm pretty sure that the guy behind you has dry tires.
Any chance someone over there wants to jump in with some dry tires?
Incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Carlson.
Yeah, I'm positive that the guy behind you has dry tires.
Yeah,
'Cause
he's
he
running
went
regular
from-
lap, regular pace
Yeah,
now.
he went from 930s to, under 9.
Yeah.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Sabi. Leader Smith is pitting. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Marciani. The leader is now on primaries.
Okay, there's another 2 cars that are switching to dries. What I'm saying is that they cut their stints short, pitted early for it. Okay. What do you want to do?
Is there somebody who can relieve me? Available? Is Balter awake?
Good point. No, I haven't heard from him.
Damn. Man, I'd love to get out of this car right now. I'm fighting to know where the hell I am, when the hell I am.
John, there's a car exit in the pits.
I'm losing it.
Well, I'm
There's an incident
I'm
in
not the only
Yokohama
one.
S. Only 2 laps of fuel left.
Disoriented.
Oh, shit. And these tires are about as cooked as I am right now. Oh, I can't even turn. What the fuck? Come on. Yeah, I'm used to operating these wet tires at around a pressure of 175. I'm about to hit north of 190. Yeah, they're really giving me nothing. I'm not doing another lap on this tire. I think I've already exceeded what it could do. It's about to fucking it's give it out.
Wow, looks like you're on rims.
Am I? Did it finally blow?
Benjamin behind is pitting now.
I've done that before in the TCR. Just driving like ass.
The cavalry is here.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, these tires are very done. Like, I am bleeding all sorts of time here.
Yeah, it looks like the truck is already good for the rise now.
Yeah, yeah. Are you ready to jump in?
Yep.
Thank goodness.
track temperature is increasing. It's now 21 Celsius. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like D. Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Carlson. Incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Sabi. The track temp's increasing. It's now 23 Celsius. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Marciani.
So, you're ready to get in the car?
Yes.
Right. These tires are like begging for me to just kill them already.
Yeah, really.
They are
Also
done.
the track. Yeah, it's for dry tires already.
Pitboxing in 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here. All the damage is repairable.
2 litres remaining. Left front, 55%. Rear left, 55.
The car is okay to drive with the damage, John?
Holy crap.
You joined race car, yellow.
John, is the car okay with the damage? Need something to be concerned about it? Or it's fine?
I think it's fine.
The track temp's
Okay.
increasing. It's now 26 Celsius. There's a car approaching. Watch your mirrors.
John.
Stay
John.
behind the white line. There's an incident in Yokohama S.
Volvo,
There's an
Volvo,
incident.
Volvo.
I think it might be cars. Clear left.
Oh my god. I've had some exhausting races, but holy shit.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way I can stay up any longer, really.
No, I hear you.
I hate to leave you alone, I mean, at this point. But, yeah, there's...
Let me see if I could get some reinforcements in here. Gonzalo's knee might be fucked.
Incident
Should
in
be able to
Yokohama
pop.
S. Looks like it's D.
Who's that?
Gonzalo.
Oh.
Car right. Clear right.
Yeah, I just can't stay up any longer. Delirious, pretty much.
Yeah, I would say go ahead, David. Get some rest, man.
Alright.
Hell of
Sorry.
a fucking stint though with those slicks in the wet.
Yeah.
you made it look pretty easy.
Well, thanks.
I mean, one
I'll
more
catch
lap
up.
and you've seen a couple of our competitors were no longer on the track.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
P4. Carlson is now on primaries. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Carlson.
David Hanger left channel and disconnected.
Marciani in front is pitting. Marciani is now on primaries. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Marciani. There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be D. The track temperature's decreasing. It's now 23 Celsius. Incident in Ardeno Forst. It looks like Ernst. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Carlson. Sabi is now on primaries. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Sabi. Incident in Valvoline curve. We think it might be Sabi. 1.513. Blue flag. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Marciani. That lap was at 8:34.9 seconds. Alright John, your lap times are pretty consistent. Car left. Still there. Still there. Clear left.
Whoa, man. Whoa,
There's an incident in Dunlop
Where you
car.
going? Right side. Clear right. Blue flag.
On your right. Still there. Clear right.
You're on the right.
Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Carlson. We're quickest at the moment. The track temperature is increasing. It's now 26 Celsius. Incident in Arenberg. Yellow flag.
Faster car coming up quick.
Left side. Clear left. The track temp's increasing. It's now 28 Celsius. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Sabi. Okay, John, we're matching race pace. Your lap time was at 8:33.3 seconds.